Alright, welcome back. Welcome. Let's see. So let's continue with raylib game jam entry. Well, now it's more like post optimization because I really wanted to improve the performance, especially on web. I think it's very acceptable now on desktop, but on web it's still struggling here. So what I wanted to check, I want to check a couple of things. So basically, we did a refactoring of, well, I basically copied my physics engine from my other game. Kind of. I copied a part of it, the part that updated a bunch of positions and everything. So now the physics update is extremely fast comparison to what it was before. And because now everything is vectorized. However, I have a suspicion that that's not the case on the web side. I don't actually know if wasm supports SIMD. So that's interesting to figure out. But but now I want to see, after the kind of optimizations we've kind of done on the drawing side, I want to see, okay, what's left to do there to kind of try to optimize that a little bit more, because that's the main bottleneck right now, I think, for a lot of entities. So let's start with running the game with profiling mode. And actually, I want to change to dev mode so we get the debug start. And I'm gonna increase, well, I don't necessarily need to increase the number of entities to be able to see what's going on more, but if we increase it to like 60, I believe that's when we start to see some drops. Let's increase to 70 so we actually get some drops here. Oops, I compiled the wrong thing. I pressed the wrong button. Okay. And of course it's going to be taking less time, or yeah, anyway, let's discard this, do reconnect and stop. Okay. Oh, it's actually, update is actually taking longer now. Well, I mean, they both take considerable amounts of time, so I would guess this is the collision stuff. Apply drag. Yeah, we could actually move apply drag out to SIMD as well. Although I'm not sure how much improvement that's going to be on web though. That's the thing. Like, even if we try to optimize this on like making this SIMD, the web stuff is still going to be slow, right? So that's why I wanted to check out also the web performance. But let's check out the draw renderables as well. So each one takes like 4.3 milliseconds, but the thing is, like, there's a lot of these. I wonder if you could parallelize this. Well, the order kind of matters though, I guess. Well, within one layer, maybe the order doesn't matter as much. Maybe it does. Still like 23. It's just that every iteration takes a little time. If we could optimize the things happening in here, maybe that could be improved. let's zone this out further. Draw renderable. We've got fetch body, fetch renderable, and draw. Those, I mean, we really need to do those things, but we can actually zone these to figure out how much time each zone will take. So this is body zone, renderable zone. We don't need this. It's hierarchic anyway, so yeah, and we don't defer. Okay, and then we do renderable draw. This is. We could also check like how much time does it take to actually get the position. Because this could be a cache miss, I guess. So this would be, I guess, physics zone. Fetch physics. Okay, and then there's the actual draw of the renderable. So I guess we'll do a zone there. And then that's doing an inline, and then each draw function here has a thing. But I'm only gonna do it for sprite, probably. This is sprite. And player, no, player's not gonna take a bunch of time. Enemy, shard is the thing that's actually taking a bunch of time, so we're gonna do that. Okay, and then we might wanna zone things here as well. Fetching the shard might take a little bit of time. I mean, yeah, there might be actually an optimization we could do, like a micro optimization maybe. Not sure. Is if it takes a long time to fetch the shard. Well, rather if let's say we could iterate through each shard. Like, instead of having the layers being very generic of what could be in there, maybe we'll just have like, okay, well, let's draw all shards first, let's draw all enemies then, and then draw the player, maybe, and then the bullets or something like that, so we can always like draw every class of thing through like an iterator. That could be a thing. Maybe. All right. Then we're getting enough time. That shouldn't take long. We're doing some calculations. This really shouldn't take that long. Here we're actually initializing a renderable thing. Shouldn't really take that long though. This simply copies some data over. It's not really. I mean, this is a fetch, but that's probably fine. Yeah, and then we just draw. I'll draw another renderable here, which is, I think, a sprite as well. Which we don't actually need to do if alpha it turns out to be 0, I guess. Which it is most of the time. So we could have a branch here. If ratio is 0, then we don't actually need to do anything here. Because then this would be invisible. I guess maybe, I was thinking maybe the raylib has a thing for that. It's checking, okay, are you transparent? Then we just skip draw. Maybe that's the case, I don't know. I'm just putting that in there. Okay, now we have a couple more zones. Let's see where we are now. Discard, reconnect, stop. All right. Okay, let's go back in here. There shouldn't be any optimization done, but now we have more idea of what is taking more time. So we can see that fetch body takes like, I don't think this is even a cache miss here. We're fetching the body, the renderable, and position rotation of the body. We're drawing. This takes 2.5 microseconds. This draws the shard, which draws a sprite. Yeah. Here we can see, here's a cache miss, right? Because it takes so much longer. I'm pretty sure. But most of these are not cache misses, as far as I can see. They take like very short amount of time. But as we say here in Sweden, many streams small. Many small streams makes, you know, and many small streams, and then it just ends there. And maybe there was a continuation at one point, I don't know. But it essentially this means, you know, you have many small streams. Each one may be small, but you have many, so it's gonna be big. Because of multiplication. And this one takes a long time for some reason. There was a major cache miss here, maybe, I'm not sure. Okay, well, I don't know if we gained an insight there. Okay, so that's that. So what I want to do now is I want to compile this for web and check out like profiling for web to see if the physics is still kind of optimized, or well, when it comes to like updating positions. Now what's happening here is if we go in here, you can see that update positions takes like no time at all. It takes a couple of microseconds, like 15 microseconds in total, to update position and rotation of everything. And then we go through every entity in a iteration. So this happens in a SIMD. That's why it's so fast. But then we like add each entity into the grid, which takes a long time. We could add a check if the object is actually moving or not, maybe. If the object is not moving, maybe we shouldn't update. Maybe we shouldn't call this actually. that could update. That could. But then if you do this, everything is moving, so then it starts to lag anyway. So that's not a great optimization. It's a tiny optimization. I mean, obviously, many things are gonna move at the same time, so it's not gonna be that great of an optimization. It's actually maybe even tricking us, thinking we've done something good when we haven't really gained much. But I could see what would the difference be. So essentially here we still need to go through it. And I'm gonna check, well, we actually need to get the body in this case. And then check if velocity is equal to 0. If it's equal to 0, we skip. Okay, now this technically means that nothing's gonna get inserted here into the grid unless it's moving. Even if it's the first frame. Actually, how much FPS do we get from this? We still didn't really get that much from that. If I compare, we got like around 40. Well, I guess there was a bit. But again, if I start to move everything around, we're gonna get the same issue. So, but it is kind of like a little optimization, I guess. But the problem now is like, okay, well, if they're not part of the grid, they're not going to be inserted into the grid. That's the issue, though. So, yeah. Okay, now what I want to do now is I want to run this in the web version to kind of run a profiler there. But before we do that, I want to actually lower the amount of things because the web version runs pretty bad. So we need to lower the amount of things and then try, because otherwise we would never be doing anything. So let's try with this amount. I know it can handle more, but let's do like 1550 maybe. It can handle up to 2020 here, like 400 entities around ish. But if we start a profile, it's gonna take, well, yeah, we can still get a nice profile here anyway. So there we go. Now let's build. And this would the results of this will all also be helpful when doing other games, because I can incorporate the upgrades that I did in this project to my common template project. So I can apply this method to other future games as well, so that we get like so that I get like more optimized games out of the box essentially. All right, so let's do this. And we'll wait a little bit for this to start. I'll only get 40 FPS. Actually, interesting. But it should be good enough anyway. It's probably because I enabled some stuff. And also when you open up this, it's like the lag is actually pretty real. So let's do a record. Maybe I should lower the amount. Okay, that's good enough. We got plenty of, See, this is the, like, yeah, what's happening here? Like, let's do another one. Let's do a little bit longer here. So we get like actual real, because the beginning here is just, it's not real. These parts are the things that I want to look at. So let's see what is actually taking time here. And in the meantime, I guess I'll pause this. Can I lower the sound or something? Because it's, well, whatever. Okay, so let's look at one of the frames. Here's actually 2 frames happening. So I think we've got 2 frames. This is weird. It's like 1 animation frame, but then there's 2 main loop calls. Maybe it's... Why is that happening? Also, what is this? 5 milliseconds for some random stuff? Oh, this is like, I think this is the music stuff. Yeah. Okay. That's also a thing. If you disable the music, it's gonna run even smoother, because that takes up a whole bunch of time, apparently. Okay, so we got this animation frame is like 20 milliseconds. I'm not sure. And then we have like 2 loops, which each take 10, which is like below the FPS. I'm not sure why it's doing 2 updates here. That's very strange to me. Because each animation frame should be 1 frame. Okay, that's like an mscript and thing. Maybe I can look into that to see what we can do there. Alright, but anyway, this is running, so each one is taking 10 milliseconds, which is below 16, so that should be 60 FPS, but it's not. And we're running, but we can look at what is taking time here. So physics seems to take a long time still. Where's the update position in this? But these are taking super long time. Like, are these aggregated or what's happening here? Because there's way more entities than this. I don't know. I don't know where update position went here. Can I... What's this? Well, either way, it doesn't seem like it's taking... Okay, you know what? I'll do this. I will... since it's not really registering this as a thing, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to physics. And these three are apparently lost to oblivion. So I'm gonna put these in another function here on self. So maybe it's gonna register this, and maybe it will zone this out. So I'm gonna say that this would be update positions, or update bodies, maybe body container, update body container, yeah. We need time step. Can also add a frame here. That's not for the web. Those zones will not end up in the web though. But why is my chat looks weird? Hello, Goth Slayer. What's up? What's up? You're out here slaying goths? My chat window is acting weird. It's like slightly moved upwards, ups, and I can't seem to fix it. Oh well. Oh, you're F32, right? There we go. Okay. So update container, update body container. Yeah. There we go. Now let's recompile. Yeah, I mean, I hate goths. Okay. Oh. Right. Okay, let's continue. Maybe I should start with less things to... Let's go for about 6 seconds. Get a proper trace. Still this weird things happening, but now if, yeah, okay, look at this. Update music stream takes 30 milliseconds. Why is that happening? Is it like a bad format or something? All right, so let's look at update physics. Where is update container? I don't understand. Why is that not in here? What the hell is this? What is this pink thing? This is called a profiling snapshot, where essentially you want to find out if you have lag in the game, or it could be used for other things as well. But this specific profiling I'm using to find where is the game lagging, and how. So which part of the code needs to be optimized in order to reduce the lag. But I am a bit confused because this should call the thing, and it's not actually calling the thing, as far as I can tell. Super weird. It's like aggregating as well. Is it skipping? I mean, I don't understand this. Where do you learn this? Where I learn this? I mean, I've kind of learned it through work, essentially. Physics update. Why are you not calling the function? I don't understand. Apply drag update axis. Okay, well, anyway, I don't know why it's doing this. Maybe it's something to do with how it's compiled into wasm, and maybe it's something to do with how zig is compiled. There's... yeah, we can't really get... Am I in college? No, that was a long time ago. I'm not in college. I've never been in college, but I've been in my country's equivalent. What's your type in women? I only like robots. Let's see. Man, this is frustrating. How do we make sure that we get this thing? It's weird because the amount of calls here does not correspond to the amount of entities. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna test something also. I'm gonna disable the music, because I think that also takes... What about you? Are you, like, how old are you? Are you still in school? Are you 12? What the hell am I doing here? Right, so what I want to do, I want to disable the music things. We're gonna do this, and we're gonna do update music. All right. That's probably gonna do a lot of difference. Maybe. We'll see. Well, it is doing some difference. Still don't understand why this is happening. Like, sometimes we get 2 calls per animation frame. That doesn't make sense to me. I mean, we still have the audio. We still have the sound effects happening. But at least now, so that basically kind of doubled the FPS almost. Or, yeah, even more maybe. You know what? I mean, let's try apply drag, move that into the physics SIMD, and see if that actually does anything. We could try that. Yeah. Okay. Go over to physics. So we'll go over to body container. Now the air drag right now is actually, I think it's per body. You can, no, it's not actually, it's a constant. However, you can kind of set if a thing should be, if the air drag should be on or not. So we can have an air drag factor here. And we'll initialize that to 1. And I'm gonna make a function here, apply air drag. Okay, so and then we'll go to physics. We'll go to apply air drag or apply drag. I guess it's not air since it's in space. I guess. Okay, let's just do drag factor. What do you think about that, Goth Slayer? What about the drag factor? Do you have a high drag factor? Drag. I'm gonna say factor here. Okay. Not there's anything wrong with that. I'm just asking. All right. So essentially, what it is that we set the velocity. So velocity is subtracted with velocity scaled by the drag factor times the time step. Okay. So to apply the drag, we also need dt here, the time step. And then the final factor is going to be drag factor times dt. And then we're going to have factor. No, that's, we can do that with the thing. And then we also modified rotational velocity as well, which is also subtracted, and it's basically the same thing, except this is a scalar and this is a vector. So so it's going to be velocity minus velocity times. So let's type this out. Velocity equals velocity minus, whoops, velocity times factor. That's it. Okay, that's the drag equation. And that should be both for the rotation velocity and velocity. So we're gonna do okay, let's do this. I'm gonna do this for one of these. We're gonna have an apply drag function, and because this is gonna get called here, this would be a factor vector. Which is spanning out the factor, and then velocity x, we're gonna iterate. We are going to iterate with the other thing, which is the drag factor array. Okay, and I'll copy this signature. Drag function instead. You're not gravity, you are actually the drag factor vector. You are velocity, and you are the kind of scalar. Like, okay, I mean, it's kind of like, maybe we want to have a kind of what we could do here actually is we could times this by, no, wait. No. That's gonna happen in here basically. So this is the entity drag factor, I'm pretty sure. And then this is the drag factor coming from outside. So we need to multiply those. So the actual factor that we will get is entity drag factor times the drag factor. Okay. And then, so that will happen in SimD because this now we're in vector land here. And then the velocity, actually, yeah, velocity, this is like a velocity component. Essentially, yeah, we're just setting it, yeah, because that's going to be vectorized as well. So we're going to set you to be factor. No, here's the equation here. Yeah. The equation, I'm going to copy the equation over here. So it's going to be actually negative equals, we could say here, velocity times the factor. Okay. And that's all going to be vectorized and stuff. Velocity. Okay. So that is drag. Now that's incorporated into the SimD here. In our body container. But we only do it for velocity x. So we need to repeat this for velocity y. And for velocity and for rotation, rotation velocity. The thing though is that, no, that's fine. Because of what I was thinking, like we're doing kind of the same operation 3 times now in regards to this part. But I guess it's fine. It's pretty fast anyway, so it doesn't really matter that much. Okay, now the only thing left is to just call this function. Same as we call apply gravity, we're doing it here. End physics frame. It's probably gonna be in update positions. Or update rotation, perhaps. No. Thing is here, velocity should be affected. Maybe we should split it up actually between velocity and rotation velocity. So apply drag velocity. Maybe velocity x even. Yeah. And then we have apply drag velocity y. Kind of have to do the same thing over and over. And apply drag rotation or angular velocity, whatever. I'm gonna call it rotation velocity. We also need factor v. There we go. Hello, Super Mium Twitching. I'm guessing you're kind of lonely in terms of members. I mean, I'm not the highest populated streamer when it comes to chatters, but I do have my regulars. They haven't really showed up today though, but they usually show up. Maybe I'm too early for them, because I'm a little bit early than usual today. But yeah, I mean, I guess you would be right. You're not wrong. I'm keeping myself company. It's fine. That's just how it is. And that's okay. Okay, so that's, there we go there, yeah. Now, let's see. Here, we want to do apply drag velocity x. Yeah. And the drag factor is, I guess we'll pass it in here. Drag factor. I mean, this could be, you could pass in maybe some options instead of passing in everything like this, but whatever. And then apply drag velocity y. Now, in my other code, this actually happens after the first push. So it's essentially, now it's happening before. If I move this after, it's gonna basically modify velocity after we modify position. But it's just gonna be like one, I don't think it matters that much. It's gonna be like one frame of, I think this is more accurate, maybe, I'm not sure. Anyway. I mean, I'm not taking into account the amount of time it takes and doing some kind of integration or real equation to find out the actual real value to reduce velocity or calculating the thing. It's because this essentially, it makes time work in like time steps. So it's like you have this much velocity and in 60 milliseconds. And then the next 60 milliseconds you have this amount of velocity. That's not how real life works. Like, you have to kind of do some integration or with time or velocity constantly decreasing because of the drag. So it's not a flat add, you know. But whatever. Okay, Supermium, what's what are you up to? And welcome. Okay, so then rotation should also be the same thing. So we'll apply sorry. This thing here. Hello, Penguin. What's up? What's up? And we'll have drag factor. How you doing today? All right. So here we go. Update position. Yeah. So now we can pass in the drag factor. I'm just gonna define it here. I think we already have it somewhere. Yeah. It's over here. Yeah. So. Drag factor. So now that's incorporated into the physics sort of engine. I'm gonna call it the physics engine. It's kind of like, yeah, it's approaching that point. There's no collision. The collision detection part is still kind of unoptimized, but it's like whatever right now. Okay, we're trying to do some stuff optimization here anyway. So although collision detection is not really super important right now, anyway. But anyway, I'm going to run this and see if it actually works. Oh, I forgot a thing. We're actually applying draw 2 times now. Well, that was weird. Yeah, that was kind of weird. Okay, hang on. So we don't do this. Okay, first of all, let's do that to see where we are. I might have done something. I might have done something wrong here. Yeah. Okay. And that's not supposed to happen. So let's look at this one more time. We're setting the velocity to velocity minus velocity times drag factor times the time step. Yes. let's go over to our container. And we could go over to apply here. And so the factor is time step times the drag factor. We split that out into a vector size thing. We pass it in here. And we call this one. Oh, I'm calling gravity function. Okay, that might be why things are going wrong. We're applying the gravity logic instead of applying the drag logic. Okay. Cool. I mean, I could factor this out. Apply drag. Let's do like drag factor f32 dt f32. And what we want to have here is like val. I think it's a pointer, yes. So we'll move this in here, and this is actually val instead. Now, can I do this? Yes, I can. Great. 1 second, 1 second. Okay, we got an error there. Fine. So apply drag. No. Plus the X. Okay, we could probably just do this instead now. Yeah. Let's just remove these functions so we can do this instead. Apply drag to rotation velocity. There we go. And we can remove these. Q. All right, so what's the issue here? We have pointer arithmetic, right? So we need to de-pointer those. There we go. Okay, now let's see what's happening. We should have the same. Whoa. Okay. Velocity equals velocity minus velocity scaled by the factor. The factor is if we're enabled. And the drag factor. So essentially this will always be, so even let's say this is positive or negative, doesn't matter. Negatives, we're going to reduce it by this times the factor. Factor should always be positive. So that means that this should always, well, I guess it technically could be more than V. I could have the gravity is here. Gravity factor is here. The gravity is the context. This is the context. I don't think it actually matters, but I think this is actually drag factor, because that's what we pass into the context here. And then this is the entity drag factor. It doesn't matter because the factor is still like just calculated like this and then used here, so it doesn't actually matter. Maybe Maybe we could max it to 1. I'm not sure why it's happening like this though. It should be the same equation, unless I'm missing something, which is very, very possible. Also, set runtime save to false. That's not gonna do any difference, but a little bit confused as to why things are happening so fast. Am I passing in the wrong time? Should be the time step. Should just be 16 milliseconds. Like, hang on. Yeah, this time step here is just 16, like 0.016. I am confused. Oh, oh my god, okay. I see the issue. We're passing in time step where drag factor should be, and drag factor where time should be. So time is running essentially 3, so 0.016 millis, that's what the value should be. I'm passing in 3. Which causes the the velocity to be very, very large. So 3 over 0.016. So basically 187 times as fast as it should be. Okay. There we go. That was a fun little mistake. Okay, there we go. Now I want to try something fun here. It's probably still gonna lag, but I want to increase you to 100. See if that's... I mean, it's probably gonna lag still because of the drawing stuff. But it's a tiny bit better, maybe, I'm not sure. Let's see if we can find out when it stops lagging. Because I'm eating these up now. We should go up to 60 FPS. We're at the limit now. So I ate about 10,000. How many are there actually? I can see the bullets actually have drag on them now, which they shouldn't actually have. So I need to disable that. But why do we have like 12,000 shards? I don't understand. They should just be 10,000. Maybe some of them counted for multiple times. I haven't. That's weird. Okay. Anyway, it didn't actually do much for us here because the physics step did not actually was not the bottleneck on the desktop version, but it might be on the web version. Right. So still around, I think 40 is the limit. to go below 60 FPS on desktop. Yeah. Okay. So that's like 1600 minus the things you pick up at the store. Okay, so what I want to test now, go back to lower numbers, and I want to test how this now fares. So we've moved, so basically the applied drag, so the drag thing is now moved from basically iterating through each entity without SIMD. So we moved air drag from no SIMD to SIMD version. So let's see if that has any impact on the web version. Oops, I need to actually build it as well. Zig out web. Okay, let's do this. Where's my browser? Here we go. Wait, did it actually go up significantly, or is it just me? Because I'm pretty sure we tried this before and it was lagging as all hell. Let's do some profiling here. This is kind of exciting actually, because this could mean that on the web version, the drawing is actually not what takes a lot of time. It's gonna be the physics actually. And if SIMD works, I mean, yeah, this is insane. So now this takes 6 milliseconds around, and yeah, this is way faster now, I think. 3 milliseconds for the physics update. Okay. So fetching one hitbox takes... No, that can't be one hit. This has to be aggregated. Like, I can't imagine this. Yeah, this has to be aggregated here. Okay, cool. So, okay, let's do a couple of things. What I want to do is I want to get back to the functionality we had before, and then I'm gonna try the web version again to see where we start to lag again. I mean, I could increase this to see how far we could push it. Now the bottleneck is probably the other things we're doing in here, which is this part, which does like the insert into the grid, into the collision system. Yeah. Okay. Not sure how I can optimize that too much right now. I mean, actually, you know what? The cell candidates thing, this is really the only thing we're considering here. We could store the size of this thing, of the hitbox, in the physics body container as well. And then very quickly get the candidates, like, and then we just iterate through the candidates to insert, yeah. And even the grid cells themselves could be could be vector lists. Okay. Okay, I think we have a path forward to optimize that. Okay, I'm just gonna do vectorize everything in here. Okay, we're gonna get a pretty optimized thing if we can get that working, because I think that's the main roadblock right now that's left for the physics system. Okay. Okay, so one thing now that's left to do here is when we create a new body, we want to kind of say that let's go over to body. Well, I'm gonna add a couple of functions here. So we're gonna say enable drag. This is gonna do drag factor set set 0. No, 1. Sorry, that's enabling the drag, and then disable drag is gonna set it to 0. So there we go. Now we can enable drag, disable drag on anything we want. Now, if we go to shard, which essentially is the only thing that has drag, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually say that the initial drag factor is going to be 0, because nothing is really going to have drag except the shards. So if we run this now, nothing has drag, so they're going to fly around without stopping, as you can see, and the bullets don't stop now all of a sudden. But now we need to enable drag for the shards that should have it. So we're gonna go over to shard, and we have enable drag, and we're gonna look at references, and we're gonna see where this is happening. So here, instead of getting the shard to do this, I'm gonna get the body of the shard, and I'm gonna say enable drag. We don't really need it. Every shard has a body. Okay. And then here, do we have the body? Yes, we do. So instead of doing that, we're gonna do enable drag. And here we're going to do disable drag. And do we have body here? Enable drag. And disable drag. Why do we have this twice? Pick up shards 2. Oh, right. We have 2 versions of the same thing. I'm just gonna delete this because this is the old implementation. Okay. Cool. Wait. Set. What am I missing here? All right, the last one. No. Okay. Okay, so now the drag should be updated to correct values. See, now the shards stop in their tracks. They're not continuing to move around. So now the drag is actually working as it did before. Cool, cool, cool. The only thing that does not work right now, as it did before, is the knockback of the enemies, and I'm actually not really sure 100% how to make that work as it was before. Now, I've been thinking of changing like the behavior of the enemies to say that they should have a preferred speed, and if they don't have this preferred speed, they're gonna try to accelerate up to the speed. So that might give us back the original behavior of their thing. Also, it might be also more like generic as well. Let's see. But okay. So I think, yeah, we're back. And I'm gonna now go to main, or game, I'm gonna change mode back to prod. I'm gonna build for web. And we're gonna do a little test run here to see where we encounter lag now. Hopefully we don't encounter lag at all, but we'll see. And we could try to stress test it as well, but let's do a test run first. And also, yeah, I did disable the music. That's okay. I did do that. I'm not sure how much impact it's gonna have, but with music disabled, we'll do a test run here. And yeah, I'm actually surprised that the SimD works on web. I'm gonna research that a little bit to see if that's what's actually happening, or if there's some other thing happening. Alright. So previously the lag started around in stage 2. So now we're probably at the end here. Alright. Let's get a weapon. Do. Gonna start to see a lot more enemies coming up. It's like in the center in the middle of the stage, there's like a more difficult wave. Here we go. Oh, I was trying to get it. And there's a lot going on now. Oh shit, am I locked now? What? Oh, they fired behind me. Oh my god. Okay, let's do one more run. I didn't notice any lag, actually. So, really happy with that. Although, actually, you know, before we do another run, I'm gonna enable the music first to see if that lags things down again. So, update music, we're gonna enable you back, play music. Alright. Let's see. It's always lagging a little bit in the start. I haven't figured out how to make like a loading thing for that. And also it's like maybe instead of embedding the resources, you might wanna just have them available on the network, perhaps, and pass them in to wasm or something like that. I'm not sure exactly how to deal with that yet fully, but that's one the thing that you can do is like instead of embedding, you essentially just use the web browser or the web, you know, web page functionality to load in things asynchronously, and then you can actually have a loading like status to know if, you know, how many files are left to load, how much, you know, progress are with each file and stuff. Have that run. Because right now with raylib, I'm not sure if you can actually do that or not. Have like a loading thing happening. Like you could do like multi-threading to put the loading in one thread. Oh my god, that's an formation I've never seen before actually. That's like all random happening. So that's how you could do it. Although in, you know, in the browser there's no multi-threading, so then you have to do some other method, I think. That's just what I'm guessing. I'm gonna research that a little bit, how to get a loading screen, because that's sort of, it feels like it's one of those basic things that you might want to do. In a production quality game. It's starting to drop a little bit, maybe. Like, I'm not sure if it's the format of the music, like if some formats are more laggy than others. But I don't think the amount of entities now is gonna be the main culprit. So I guess the FPS is still gonna keep being pretty... now it's starting to drop a little bit here. Oh, shit. First death. Man, this is the, yeah, there's a lot of a lot of enemies here right now. Wow. Can you please? Okay. Just have to watch out for the homing shots. Okay, was that it? Stage 2 done? Okay, we got a scatter shot. The problem here is that even if I can merge these, but even if I merge, there's a bug that makes it so that the damage is still the same. But it looks cooler. The hitbox is slightly larger of the thing. So yeah, the small ones still take 4 damage, or 4 shots with that one. They should take like 2 when you merge it. But scatter shot makes it easier to shoot these guys. Now it would be cool to get to do some more weapons. I'm gonna treat this game, as I said before, like I'm gonna treat this game as something of like an ongoing project that I'm going in and adding like a new weapon here and there, because that will like increase replayability a lot. Like adding a feature here and there, because it's so random. Okay, now this is way more playable than it was before. I think before this part would probably lag to an unplayable state. So I think we actually succeeded in optimizing, although we did lose the knockback. So I'm gonna have to figure out how to add that back in. But this is fine for now. Pretty cool. So maybe we can work on fixing some of the bugs, like improving weapon damage. Actually improves the damage and does not just still feel we can probably try to optimize a little bit more, but yeah, because this feels like it should be doable, right? Alright, we got another one of these. We got damage mode. So even if I buy this and let's say I merge it over here, it says 150, but it's still gonna do 1 damage because we're not taking that damage into account, I don't think. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, the small ones still take 4 hits and so on. But really now they should just take 2. Man, maybe I can actually complete the game now. I think the farthest I've been is this stage 4 probably. I don't remember exactly. Also, you get like way too many shards to get rid of. It's starting to lag a little bit. A little bit. Still at 60 FPS though. Oh. Okay, let's try and get rid of this guy. Oh my god. Starting to become a little bit tricky. We're still at 60 FPS. So that's nice. Even though there's a lot of things going on. But we're barely on 60 FPS. Like if it drops down to 60 FPS, oh man. I was too close. Hello VCX, what's up? For the loading screen, you could break your loading work into async tasks to report progress via callbacks, sum those weighted progress into total, and update the loading bar fill server frame until total. Yeah, thank you for the tip. Yeah, I was also thinking like if you could do that all in you know, in like let's say I introduced multi-threading into Let's say I put the loading part into a multi-threaded thing. The thing is though, because the resources are all embedded now. So if I go to build, we're using mscripten, right? Mscripten, and you could pass in embed paths that will take everything in this folder or directory and embed it into the wasm file. So it's like when you load up the game, it's gonna load every resource before it actually like starts the game, essentially. I guess it starts executing because the wasm file is like, I guess it's it can actually download it and start it maybe before it downloads everything. I don't know actually, but the wasm file is pretty large. It's like it's like almost 64 megabytes. And I guess what we could do is add a loading. So essentially what I'm trying to say is, as long as we're doing this method, we probably need different loading screen variations, for one for the web version and one for the desktop version. But we could probably also not embed this path and instead just copy the files over to the final place where we have the website and just host those files, and then have a custom index HTML file that will download those files and have a loading bar there. Yeah, we still need two different ways to do it, like one for the desktop version, one for the web version, if you wanna, if that's what we wanna do, essentially. Well, I guess technically we could pass in some sort of API from the JavaScript part that we then call from here. That will be, so we're using kind of the same loading logic, loading screen and everything, but the loading depends on where it comes from, essentially. Although I'm not sure how that works with raylib, because raylib uses like load image, load music. I don't know how that works, how it's supposed to be working with raylib or with mscript in there. If you have to embed the paths to be able to have those work, or if load actually does like a network call to get them. I don't know. Like if we don't embed the paths and we build, are they gonna do like network calls, or how is this gonna work? Also, I'm curious as to how large this is gonna be now. No, this has been web. So wasm is still, well, it's significantly smaller now. It's 15 megabytes, but it's still pretty huge, though, I guess, for a web application. But yeah. Yeah, and then we do this, and I'm gonna go to network, and it's gonna fail some stuff. So just do this console, load texture. There's an error. Did you actually try to load a file through here though? No. So I'm not sure how that works. Maybe it's doing some kind of file system stub thing that gives you a file. I'm gonna have to look into that. So yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Because yeah, if we embed these files, like the wasm file was 50 megabytes. If we embed the files and then build, we go back to the thing. It's now like increased by 25 megabytes. I mean, it's all the resource, everything that's in the resource, I guess. So source resources. So everything in here, which most of the thing is the music and the sound effects, I guess. I mean, that's basically the thing that's taking up time. Or I mean, space there. All right. Okay, so cool. So I think with that, I'm gonna go to game and yeah, we've got so yeah, that's pretty cool. We have like with music, it doesn't actually lag. Like on my computer, I should say, on my computer, on with the web version, so it doesn't lag significantly anymore. It drops when there's a lot of stuff happening, but it's not actually noticeable most of the time. So that's really nice optimization there. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make a checkpoint here. I'm gonna add the stuff. Why is it lagging so much now? What's happening? Optimized physics and drawing and stuff. Okay. There we go. So now that has been updated. Okay, so back to testing now. Oh man, I hate that. I'm gonna fix the bug where the damage is actually not damaging. So no, that's not the thing. It's gonna be like item, perhaps. Actually, let's go to enemy system. And there's like enemy hit or hit enemy or something like that. Yeah. Projectile is a thing. Yeah, we don't even consider the damage. We're just saying, hey, it's 1 damage. Yeah. So that's the thing. Like now, I think how to get the damage. Well, the damage should be probably on the projectile itself. So we do have like player projectile that has a damage. I'm not sure if this is used anymore though. It probably is. On spawn projectile. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So the question is, how do we actually get that? This one, as we have a context and then the context. So this should be the projectile and then the context, whatever you want. So the context that we pass in is the player. Player entity. Really what we want is not the player, we want the weapon, I think. Well, actually, we just want the damage. There's not even a function for this. I'm just gonna make a function here. Damage equals to this. Whoops. Damage. I think it's F32. Weapon type. I mean, it's gonna be damage. Yeah, so how this works is essentially the damage is like the raw damage without the mods. But if we apply the mods, we look at the damage mod, for example. This is going to modify when we apply. This is going to modify the damage factor of the weapon type. So if we so yeah, we need a damage function here. And we already have a damage function here, so good. So then we like apply mods. That's gonna like give us a modded weapon, and then we return the damage, because otherwise we won't have the updates of the thing. But then we're gonna return modded weapon dot damage instead. Return. There we go. Cool. Are we good? No, because you are not used. So we're gonna pass in the damage here instead. And you're gonna get the damage here. And you're gonna be an F32. And you're gonna be the damage there. And I'm gonna change you to an F32. There we go. And now there might be another issue, maybe. Actually, we'll go to enemy hit now. And the damage happening here. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna grab the projectile, player projectile. It's gonna be projectile get player projectile, and this is gonna be player projectile damage. There we go. Cool. So now the damage modification should work. And in order to test this real quick, I'm gonna go to setup, create player. I'm just gonna add another machine gun here. Actually, yeah, let's just add another machine gun here because we can merge it at the start. There we go. So now we have a merged machine gun. This should deal 2 damage. Okay. There might be something wrong with the merging, because also this just says 1 damage. So yeah. When we merge it, let's see. Merge item. Also, this is wrong here. This doesn't actually do anything. Yeah. Same thing over here. Because we have like it's like kind of weird how the system works. Maybe like we have a weapon mod list that is supposed to be used instead of applying directly, modifying directly. So it's like you can merge a weapon mod onto a weapon, and that's going to improve the weapon, right? But in order to change the stats of the weapon, what I do is I have a weapon mod list on the weapons that we keep track of. And so because that allows us to kind of print out like, okay, I want to see all the weapon mods that has ever been applied to the weapon. So then you can get that list. And then you can also apply those in order as well. But here we just apply it directly, which actually modifies the weapon directly. So that's how that is. Otherwise, we're merging with a weapon, so we just increase the tier and then we destroy the other one. So we actually don't change the stats at all. That's the thing. We just increase the tier of the weapon. So that's not what we want to do. So what we want to do is also, if we merge something that has a weapon mod onto another thing that has weapon mods, we should probably merge the weapon mods as well. Like, we shouldn't lose the weapon mods. That's kind of what's happening here as well. So we need to do a couple of things. Instead of just increasing the tier, what we're gonna do is we're gonna say a couple of things. So basically, we want to set self type to tier +1 data. That's one thing. We also want to merge weapon mods, mod lists, and then we don't do this, essentially. Okay. And we also want to do this here. Okay, so that's what we want to do. I'm just gonna BRB a couple of minutes here and see you in a couple of minutes. All right, let's continue. So, okay. This is simple enough, I think. So essentially we just say self equals init item type wait, init weapon. Well, this is embarrassing. It's just gonna be like weapon, init weapon, yeah. Init weapon. Actually, we don't need to, well, we increase the tier. What else do we do? The owner, we don't need to change that. I guess we'll just say weapon equals. Actually, we just changed the weapon type, I guess. I think, yeah. Oh, I sound strange when I don't have my headphones on. So weapon type is going to be equal to whatever we had before. Alright, VCX, thanks for stopping by. See you later. Wow, that's late. Holy crap, wait, where do you live actually? What the hell? For it? I used to live in like USA or something. Alright, see ya. Okay, weapon type. So the thing is here is that we have a type. Maybe we'll have like we could have a function in weapon type called like upgrade or something, upgrade tier. Or set tier. And what we're gonna do is I'm gonna return, basically we could do like switch. If we're a machine, well, this is gonna be inline else. And then s set tier. We could do this. We don't return actually. We don't. Or we could generalize it as well. We could do like init, because I believe if we just pass tier here, that is going to work. Perhaps I'll check these out. Actually, we haven't. Yeah, init tier. So that should set it to the tier that we want. So we'll just do weapon type set tier to self.tier. Okay. So now the tier should actually be upgraded. There we go. That's what I meant to do. Oops. Okay, so if we try this now, we should be able to merge the weapon. We should see the damage go up, hopefully. Yeah, now it says 2, and when we try it out, hopefully we'll kill this guy. Yeah, so now the damage works there. Nice. Great. Okay, so that's one of the things. Now the next thing is the weapon mods. So instead of applying the thing directly here, Oops, did I start it 2 times accidentally? Okay. Instead of applying the thing directly here, we're gonna add the thing to the weapon mod list. So mod, wait. Oh, hang on. We can actually just say S here. Yeah, because S is our thing. Yeah. There we go. Okay. So here we say, instead of this, we say S, and we say mods, and we append. Oh, we need an allocator. Okay, I guess we have to pass an allocator in here. And we will append the mod. Yeah, because these are items. Yeah, and we don't apply, we just append it to the mods. So there we go. And here's S is actually self. So this would be other item type weapon rods append S, which is actually, no, it's gonna be self. Yeah. Oops. And we don't apply, we just add it to the weapon. Also, I'm just gonna catch unreachable here because it's an error, it's a memory error. Hello, Unhinged. What's up? What's up? Welcome, welcome. How's it going? And you are not used, so we don't care about you. Okay, good. And also body mods, same issue as this. So I'm gonna also do let's see, set here, you, wait, weapon type, body mod type, set here, yeah. Let's do the same thing there. Yeah, and we don't even need to change the implementation there. Right, you need an allocator now, so there we go. Cool. All right, let's go back to merge. Okay, so the body mods now will append into the mods thing instead of being just applied. Cool. All right. I think that's good. Yes. Okay. And then here, other is a weapon, so we append it into their modipods, weapon mods, which is, and then yeah, we add self, which is the weapon mod. Yes. And then body mod now sets the tier, and we need to do this. So now that should also work. Cool. Now the only thing left is merging. When you're merging 2 weapons, we need to also merge the weapon list or the mod list. Now the question is in which order. I'm just gonna pick an order. So we're just gonna say weapon type. No. Weapon mods. Append slice. And the items is gonna be other item type weapon mods items. Okay. There we go. So now those are merged there. So if you have two, so let's do some testing there. So if you have two weapons with body mods, that's gonna get merged, and we're gonna get both mods in place. I'm going to go over to setup. So we have two machine guns now. Let's also add some inventory items. And let's add a, not a machine gun, let's add a, what's it called? Also wiring not working. Weapon mod damage. And let's add two of those. Okay, so now we can actually, we'll first merge a weapon mod into this. It doesn't show the damage here, so I'll fix that as well. Because you can't enter the menu from that screen, so I would have to figure that out as well. But yeah, let's figure out that. Let's go to item, and we should have a format function that's going to go into item type format, which goes into each of these. So we're going to have weapon format. This is going to go into weapon type format, which goes into each one of these has their own format. So actually the weapon format, which I believe is this, no? It's this one. No? It's this one here. This one, actually, we want to apply the mods before. So we're going to do modded weapon equals this, and then this is going to be modded weapon instead of weapon type. So there we go. Now we should see the actual thing. There we go. Now it says 1.5. I'm gonna merge. Well, first, I guess we'll try merging U to U. And there we go. We got 3 now. If we add this, we get more. And now we're gonna one-shot these guys, hopefully. Yeah, cool. Yeah, okay, and then let's try having both at same. This should be the same thing. Now both have weapon mod on them. We're gonna merge and it's still 4, so that works. Nice. Cool. And okay, should we do like one more thing, one more test here? I want to test the shields as well. So let's add shield. Let's add 2 shields. Actually, let's add like 4 shields so we can test like both tiers. 4 shields should be tier 1, tier 3. Yeah. Let's just remove the weapon. So here's tier 1. This doesn't make sense. Having 2 shields. Actually, it does make sense because they have, I think if you do this, you will actually you will get 2 charges actually. This counts as 2 charges, I think. But I'm just gonna do this. Oh, we got a crash. Oh, interesting. We got a crash. Seg fault. Hmm. 258. Well, body 34. Get container. Okay, where is this called from? Enemy system 803. What? I'm not sure what happened there. There's a weird crash. Also a bunch of memory leaks. This was a weird crash. It's like maybe the enemy body, it wasn't yet initialized. But it got through here. That's very strange. Wait, 803. Yeah, so we did. This worked. But then this failed. So what could happen is that this get invalidated. Or no, because we're doing a fresh fetch each time. Yeah. So I don't understand how that's possible. And then this goes into here. 94, yeah. And then 34, which is the container. So the container was... And then we try to get the physics, which then seg faults. But it could be what's happening in the thing, though, as well. I don't know. The seg faults are weird because you often don't get like a lot of information on where exactly the issue is. Like in the zig code, in this error dump here. So we got a rare crash, it seems. I'm just looking around a little bit to see if we can figure it out when we got the error here. Oh, it fails like in the entity. We're trying to get the singleton of the physics system, which is very strange. That's just a singleton, it should be there. And this is just a pointer. This shouldn't change. This is a stable pointer. I'm very confused. I mean, it might be some other issue, but... Okay. It might be the arena that's spooking around. I'm not sure. Maybe. I don't know. Okay, anyway, let's try merging now, see if it actually works with 2 charges. Yeah, it does. Cool. And then if we recharge 1 charge, we're gonna lose the one we had. But then we can also wait to recharge 2 charges. Oh, there we go. There's the crash again. Huh. It's probably the same thing, yeah. It's actually the same place. The thing that I could think of is if this pointer here gets if this struct gets like weirdly changed somehow. But it shouldn't. This is actually a copy. It's super. This is so strange. It might be like an like an allocator overriding something that it shouldn't. Maybe. Because I've had that happen before when using like arenas and stuff. So the question is it the game pointer that's wrong? Or what is actually wrong? Let's see. This part here is saying that we are a type store 32. So let's follow that trail. No, this one. Yeah. The type store. $32.25. Okay, so it's this map. Well, it's gonna be this probably then. Get singletons self-registry. Yeah, so I don't understand why this is happening. Also, it's kind of weird. It shouldn't be the arena because the arena doesn't do like I'm using an arena when we generate the next stage, and at this stage, like it's only happening though in one instance. So before the stage even starts, that stage is generated, all the waves are generated, enemies were generated. So we have all the data stored in an arena, and then the game starts, or the stage starts and starts spawning everything when it should. But that shouldn't affect this pointer though. I'm really... It's like, yeah, this isn't a pointer, but this is a struct that has game in itself. I mean, this should be copyable. This is definitely a copyable thing. So it doesn't even make sense why this would be an issue here. And it's not this part that fails, it's this part. Well, it's this part that fails. So I think we have to look for where this could, like, go wrong in between here. Okay, I'll do... like... Because the weird part is that here we're also calling anybody position, right? Now this also calls getContainer twice actually to do some stuff. And then at this point it actually fails for some reason because anybody apparently got overwritten or something. This isn't even, or it is, actually is a pointer. Oh, okay. I know what's going on. So this pointer got invalidated because we add a new body here. Hello, Solacorium. What's up? Thank you. Hope you're doing well as well. Welcome. Okay, so I know what's going on. So this gets invalidated because we add a new body here. I should have seen this here. Yeah. So sometimes, yeah, if you add a new thing to a list, it can invalidate the pointers to the list because it needed more space. It has to relocate to some other location. It's like having an old address to someone you haven't met in a while and they've moved, and now this is an issue. So we essentially need to redo every body we get after this. You have to be careful here. Also, when this is called, yeah, that should be fine though. Update weapons. So it's like if you have lingering pointers around, that's gonna be an issue. So we could make this a var, and after we add the body, also grab this again. That will get us a fresh copy. Now it's kind of hard to test this, that this actually works. But it seemed to happen fairly well, and it should be pretty consistent actually, because it happens when you add enough entities to actually... I shouldn't be actually doing this. Oh, maybe... Okay, I have a theory as well. Maybe I didn't get that error before because I was shooting before. And shooting causes the body to, or create a bunch of entities with bodies, which then increase the capacity of the original thing. So we didn't actually get this error issue now. I'm gonna try tier 3 as well. Should probably change the, maybe we'll change the color if you have like 3. We could do like a color tint. This might be an easy way to actually just win. With tier 3 shield. And nothing else. But you know, you can't get it though, because at the start. That's impossible, because you can't actually just buy tier 3 shield. Okay, cool. I think we solved the issue, because I think that kind of issue is pretty consistent if you have the exact same setup every time. So yeah, great. But I have to be careful about this add body, because if it's happening like this, because the same issue could show up again and again. So I'm gonna look for this a little bit. Here, for example, we have a bunch of shard bodies, but I don't think we're keeping around anything there. Here we're adding a body. Are we using a body after this? Probably. Well, we're adding bodies here as well now. What about position? Position is stored. Yeah, that looks fine. Probably not. We probably don't have that somewhere else, so that's probably fine. All right, cool. All right, Penguin. Cool. Great. Great. Cool. All right. Where were we? So we solved that issue. I'm testing the shield. I'm gonna do that actually. I'm gonna do like draw shield. It's gonna be on the player renderable. Draw shield somewhere. Shield. Somewhere we have a shield. Charges is more than 0. We're gonna have like the shield color. Shield animation draw. I want to have a tint as well. We have the shield sprite, and this is the shield animation. So actually, yeah. So we'll do. Actually, let's have the sprite here. So we'll have a sprite. It's going to be renderable. I'll set it on fine. Here it's going to be set to entry shield sprite. Okay. And then here it's going to be set to play component, shield animation, current frame. Alright, and then it's going to be drawn. It's going to be the shield, well, the sprite. It's going to be drawn. Okay. And then we're gonna say sprite dot tint equals to Actually, we don't have a place for the shield per se. I mean, I guess it's the item. Shield. And let's do like tint. And I guess the tier would be how many. The tier is like how many charges. Or I mean, the color depends on the charges. So we actually want to sum the charges. So we actually want to go through each shield and, yeah, charges. So charges plus equals shield charges. And then we'll do this down here instead. Whoops. And this is if we didn't have charges, I guess. And it's like recharging, I think, or something like that. So that should be fine, maybe. I'm not sure, actually, but okay, whatever. This is total charges is more than 0. We're gonna draw the thing with a tint and return. And the tint is going to depend on the number of charges that we have. Now that could actually go up to, like if you have 2, yeah, it could go up to pretty large amount, but I'm just going to go up to 3 for this tint charges gives us a color. All right. So this would be, yeah, let's just return switch and charges. Whoops, daisy. So, I mean, I guess 0 charges could also work, although 0 charges, yeah, okay, sure. That's just white, and 1 is white. Because that's like the default thing. And then we're gonna tint this. I mean, if we want to be able to tint it to any color, we probably want to change the graphics to be grayscale instead. Where? Okay, I have closed the thing. So we want to grayscale it then. Color saturation. What? Oh. That was not correct. Okay, there we go. Okay. So now it's grayscaled. Now we can tint it to any color without it looking weird. So this would be the same type of color that we have here, which I guess I will try to mimic this. It's kind of like a bright blue-greenish. And okay, let's just try. Let's just do. Do we have cyan or turquoise, or what do we actually have? Sky blue, maybe. Alright, let's do sky blue. 1 is also sky blue. Now 2, I want to do maybe green. Is that a thing? Light green? No. Maybe lime. Is that? There's dark green and green, but not light green. I mean, I could just make up a color, but I just want to look at what's available here. Green is also not entirely green. It's like a little bit blue as well. So there's like a actually custom palette going on here. I didn't actually know. I thought that green was actually just 255 green, 0 everything else, except for alpha, of course. But lime is like a little bit darker green. Okay, well, let's do green. Let's do brightness factor. Really? -1? So you can only lower the brightness? Okay, whatever. Let's do init. Red, let's do like a little bit brighter then. So 60, something like this. 3 charges. I want to do a more like a red, bright red, purplish maybe. Actually, we're gonna do else here. Okay, now the oh. Let's do like entry is a this, it's this shield iterator entry. That's from player, I believe. And we're gonna say entry is equal to oh, okay. This is let's do shield. And actually then it's not the entry, it's gonna be the body mod shield. So this is a pointer to item body mod shield. Okay, let's try tier 1. Okay, now it's more like bluish. I guess that's fine. So let's restart. Whoops. Let's do like test like this. So now we get 2 shields. Okay. Cool. It kind of looked weird. It kind of looked like it disappeared. I guess that's fine. And let's try tier 3. I mean, let's try just tier 3 here. Oops. Here we go. Now it's more like reddish. Okay, the animation doesn't really work now for some reason. I think we can do this. If we don't have a shield item, we're gonna return. Now we do want to have a sprite, I think. I just want to generalize this. Maybe it becomes a little bit clearer what's happening. So we have, I'm gonna change, so if charges is more than 0, we want to draw the actual thing unless we're playing an animation. So, and that's same thing here. If we're playing an animation, then we do want to play, like we do want to do that. So if we're playing an animation, the sprite should be equal to shield animation current frame. I don't know where the LSP went here. Maybe because it's, yeah, okay, there we go. Otherwise, we're gonna do if charges is more than 0, then we set the sprite to the shield sprite. But otherwise, we don't actually want to draw anything, so then we return. But after this, we should have the sprite set. So now we can remove, I think, everything after that. So there we go. If we don't have a shield item, we don't do anything. We don't draw the shield at all. Otherwise, if either we're playing the animation, then the sprite should be this, or we have charges. If we're not playing an animation, we have some charges. We get the shield sprite for that. If we don't playing animation, or we don't have any charges, then we don't draw anything at all, because then the shield is depleted and it's not recharging, so we don't draw anything. But after this, we should have the sprite set. We change the tint according to the number of charges, and we're drawing it. Okay. Now let's try this again. It's probably going to be the same behavior though. Maybe. Oh, even crash. Okay. Index out of bounds. Oh, sorry, this is the other way around. Like, this is not done. Right, there we go. There we go. Okay, let's try this instead. Okay. Is he gonna play the recharge? Okay, so the recharge animation seems to work. That's good. But the hit animation does not work. Thank you, piano. I wonder why that is. I think that's happening in here when we get hit. Update animations, maybe? No, that's... When are we hit? I think it's the damage on touch system, actually. So we get hit. Right, we're looking for a shield with charges. If we find one, if the charges is 0, we change the animation. We should also change animation to losing the shield animation. Like, I'm pretty sure that's an animation. Shield dissipate. Okay. I see. So we want to keep track. Okay. We want to have same thing here. We want to have number of charges. We're gonna get the shield. So number of charges plus equals shield number of charges. If the number of charges of this shield is more than 0, I'm gonna grab out the shield. And then we'll move all this down here. If charges is more than 0, we're gonna do all this crap. Alright, penguin, see you later. And now we have a shield. And this would only be if charges is equal to 0. All charges equal to 0, we play dissipate, but we also want to play hit, like shield hit animation. I'm not sure if we have that actually. Don't remember if we did that. No, we don't. But we could actually play dissipate even though our charges are not actually 0. So I'm gonna do that. But the change now is that we're still depleting a shield, but we're summing up all the charges, the sum of all the charges of all shields. We're selecting a shield to deplete a charge and then start to regenerate that and all that stuff. But we also set the shield animation to be dissipate. Yeah, so let's try this instead now. So when we get hit, we should get the dissipate animation. Yeah. It kind of looks a little bit weird because it's not really meant to be used like this. There's no like shield hit animation. It's meant to be used when you actually lose the shield entirely. Also, the color when losing the shield should probably be the same as charges plus 1. But that's kind of hard to tell, maybe. Whatever. This is fine. Okay, so what I want to do now is I want to go back to not having all these things in inventory. I want to actually go back to just playing the game normally. Oops. And see how far we'll get. So let's go to... I'm gonna change to dev because we get a larger window, but I'll change you to debug. There we go. So let's see how far we'll get here in a run through here. Because it should be much easier now because the weapons actually... You can actually merge weapons now to have them be better. And one thing that I'm thinking of adding is like temporary power-ups that you get maybe sometimes. Maybe you hit like... Sometimes there's like a special kind of entity that shows up that if you kill it, it drops a temporary power-up. You grab it, you get like increased rate of fire or something. Ouch. Okay, it's not going very well. Only one life left. Also, what's it called? One-ups. Maybe you can buy one-ups. In between each level, you can like buy one-ups to kind of... Yeah. That would be probably good. Whoa! Oh my god, I was close. Is that the last? Yeah, that was the last thing. Okay, so now what do I get? Do I get this or this? I'm probably gonna get the weapon, right? And I can merge it now. That's probably better. I'm gonna merge this to tier 2. Now it actually does more damage because we fixed the bug. So this is gonna be interesting how it plays out now here. Oh, it only took... Okay, this is way easier now. Dealing double damage is actually better. Shockingly. Bad thing about killing enemies at the top is that you have to go up to the top to collect the shards, which is kind of dangerous. Because things are spawning up at the top and you have to be careful there. Okay, this is almost too easy now. Spoke too soon, maybe? You still have to be careful, I only have one life left. Oh my god, why is this happening? Have to be careful about those homing bullets. Okay, there we go. That's the last. Okay, we can get more weapons. I can get a shield. Probably good to get a shield, maybe. Or we could increase the damage of our current weapon. Do I go for the shield? Let's go for more damage. So this would give us even more damage to our current weapon, which is really good. I think this is better though. This is better. Another weapon, yeah. And we can Also, if we get a merge for the other weapon, that's gonna be insane. Oh man, man, the hitbox is still pretty large. Would there be punishment for letting enemies pass by? Well, the only punishment right now is essentially you miss their you miss the money that you get from destroying it. But it's not a huge problem right now because it's not really. You get like so much money, it's not super balanced right now. Oops. Yeah, about getting stuff at the top. Also, what I've been thinking about is, oh man, adding like a mini boss at the middle of the stage, like or yeah, some kind of mini boss or elite enemy or something that gives you a random power up, and then you get to go into the modification menu to kind of select your loadout and merge things. We got a rate of fire. Yeah, let's just get the weapon here. Cool. And then next time we get a guaranteed merge. Hopefully we get the scatter merge. So see, I already have enough to buy like the next upgrade, so and it's gonna be a lot more shards to collect here. I'll probably just reduce them. I'm just gonna reduce the amount of shards that you can pick up. Another thing for not destroying the enemies is like they shoot. Sometimes they shoot. I mean, it's just the bullets that they shoot. You wanna clear the screen, right, of all the shit that's trying to kill you. Because sometimes they shoot a homing bullet, so it's good to kill as much as you can. It's totally random if they're gonna shoot the homing bullet. Every enemy can shoot it right now. I'm probably gonna make like the enemies more you know, unique. Like the large ones, maybe they will spawn small ones instead of shooting or something like that. I don't know. Like a carrier type thing. We'll see. Okay, there we go. Let's get the scatter, merge that. It would be cool to also, like, there's like 6 stages right now. I'm not exactly sure how I'm gonna do with the stages later. But it would be cool if we could get like at least like different types of backgrounds. So the backgrounds maybe are randomly generated, and that would kind of also maybe dictate what type of enemies you get if we have like more enemies and stuff. Look how many shards I have now. Have to be a little bit careful. I only have 1 life left. Oh my god. Holy crap. Okay. Okay, I think that was the last level. Or the last wave. Look at all these shards. Okay, I can merge this. Or I can improve the scatter shot. Or I can get a shield. Let's improve the scatter shot. Now this deals 3 damage. Maybe I should do like some kind of modification to the projectiles. I'm not sure what I could do though. Maybe add a little effect. So basically we only have 2 different types of weapons right now. Whoa. And monsters and like enemies spawn with random... Oh man. Okay, stage 4 still. Still the blocker there for me. The enemies spawn with your like... Yeah, we have 2 different weapons. Go to items, weapon type, machine gun and scatter shot. And I want to add more, of course. But the cool thing is that the enemies can spawn with these weapons as well, randomly, depending on, like, they could get like random items as well. So, and they can technically, I think they can technically get like shields as well, but the shields doesn't work for the enemies right now. Okay, what could be another cool thing? I mean, we could just add another weapon, I guess. So what we've done here is we've fixed some stuff. We've fixed bugs with the let's actually... Why is this lagging now? What's happening? Okay, so we fixed the bug with the... We fixed the crash. Fixed the crash related to adding bodies. We fixed weapon damage bug and weapon mod merging. Fixed shield tiers. Fixed what else? Changed shield color depending on charges. Okay. Not sure why it's lagging so much. It's like after every command it's lagging. Okay, so should we add, maybe we could add the railguns, pretty simple. Cluster bombs a little bit more involved. I was also thinking of like a aiming, like auto laser, which is like, I remember there's a game. I wonder if is it Raptor that I'm thinking about? There's a game anyway, like this type of auto scroller where you have a laser that like it auto hits everything. I don't remember if it was a pulsating laser or if it was always shooting something. But it was pretty cool anyway. So I want that. Yeah, I mean, you could add whatever you want, but this is a pretty cool one that I was thinking about. Do I want to add this now? I don't want the enemies to have auto laser. That's OP. Because they always deal lethal damage. So that would be pretty bad. I mean, we could just add railgun. That's a pretty simple one, I guess, to start with. Weapon, railgun. And that's the thing, like the only thing I really need to do is add the railgun here, implement all these interface functions, and that's gonna be it. The cooldown's probably gonna be a lot more. Let's do like 1.5 maybe. Damage, I'm gonna increase to maybe, should it be 4? Is that too much? I don't know. Let's try it. Maybe it's gonna be even like 2 seconds for... How much DPS is that actually? That is... Wait. 2 DPS, right? And how much is this? It's like 3 times per second. It's like 3 DPS. Although you have to hit every shot. This only has to hit once. Okay, and it can, I guess this also can pierce, I think. Maybe we should set it to 3 and set this to 1. Because then the small ones will die after 2 shots, but they will get pierced. So that's a lot. Yeah, that can deal a lot of damage if you hit multiple. It's like an area of effect almost. Or not area of effect, but yeah, anyway. This should cost, I don't know, 120, 150. Something, I don't know. Tiers. Yeah, let's fill this in. So let's do shot cooldown, and then 3, 150. Basically, the tiers are basically just doubling. Actually, then this should be 600. Yeah, this should be 200, not 100. Probably should be more because it requires to find the things as well. Okay, well, anyway. So we could decrease maybe a little bit the cooldown, the damage. Maybe should it be doubled? I don't know. Cooldown goes down a little bit more. Damage is, I guess it's doubled again. That's gonna one-shot like the big guys as well, I think. Okay, well, we'll try it out. I mean, we don't have to balance it right now. This is all the same. We don't need to do anything there. The sprite of... Yeah, we don't... Okay, this is one thing that we have to do, like the sprite. Actually, so I guess we'll just copy this here. Oops. Wait, where are these? Why are they their own layer? Okay, let's copy this. Just move it down. And I'm gonna see, do we have anything weird happening with the colors? No. Okay, so gonna do a railgun. I'm just gonna do this, use the same base here. Not sure how large it can go. Oh, I guess we'll figure it out. I don't know, man. Let's do something like this, I guess. Maybe we'll add a little light effect here. Oh, that looks weird. Okay. Something like that, maybe. All right. Let's copy you over here. Actually, I'll just delete this. Merge. Select hue. Trying to match this up here. Okay. It's almost the same though. Let's go for more like yellow here. There we go. Q. Copy that. Export. Wait, I forgot something. I actually didn't copy over the thing before. The shield is actually not looking like it should. And this is not the thing that I want to get. I'm gonna get raylib gamejam sprites png source resources sprite sheet. There we go. Yeah, so the shield didn't actually look like what it should have looked like. So, okay. Anyway, let's look at the sprites here. So, if we compare, so let's find these other sprites. Okay, I'm just gonna do this. 173 by 227. That's where it starts. And then the size is 17 by 19. Okay, that's where that is. And then we simply move this down a little. Oops, no, not you. You. Wait, why are you not moving? Simply move you down a little bit. Guess maybe to here. And then we're actually at 173, 255. Why was the height changed? Okay, anyway, 173, 255. So I'm just going to change all of these to 255. That should be the gun sprite. Then we have the projectile sprite. Now these have these things and these, and railgun's gonna have a different one. So it's gonna be kind of a. The railgun is kind of interesting though, because is it just gonna be like, is it gonna be an effect? Like, it could be a very special renderable, actually. It could be like a sprite combined with an effect, like drawing lines. So something like, you know, this will be at the front. Let's say. And not sure if there's gonna be like an animation. Probably not. It's gonna go too fast. Okay. So that's a projectile. I'm gonna also copy this, make it different hues. Maybe this could be grayscale actually. I will hue it in game instead and try to match these colors. I was trying to match this color and I'm gonna try to just hue it over. But we could also kind of try to calculate the color based on the sprite that you get. No, whatever. Let's actually grayscale this. Okay. Yeah, look at this. What is this weird bug with GIMP? Like, if you apply this filter, you're gonna get this weird effect. If I undo and now try to draw, it's fine. It's super annoying. Because if I go back here and try to draw, look at this. It's messing up the entire thing. The one thing you can do, maybe if we merge this, does it still have the issue? Okay, now it doesn't have the issue. So it's like what you can do is like move it out into its own layer, then apply the filter and then merge it back down. Then you don't get the issue. But there's also, I think there's a filter for just grayscale it, maybe. Artistic. No, wait. No, maybe not. I was just kidding. Okay, so if we make it like that, we do this. If we draw now, it's, wait, now it works? That's weird, because it's in its own layer. And then we merge it. Okay. Anyway, this is the project now. So I'm gonna copy this, or 258, 253. So what we're gonna do for the project as sprite, this gives us a renderable. So it's not actually a sprite. It's gonna be a renderable. So the sprite that we're looking for is gonna be in its sprite 255, 253, I believe. No, 258, 253, and then 1021. 258, 253, 1021. So that's the sprite, and then we were gonna do some kind of effect. I'm gonna actually make a special renderable for this. So this is gonna be railgun. Did I call it railgun or raygun? It's a railgun, yes. There's too much ray going on here in raylib. And rayspace. Let's say railgun. Yeah, so we'll make a special renderable for railguns, for railgun projectiles. That is. I'm gonna copy over one of these. We're gonna change everything that's named short. It's gonna be a railgun. All right. Whoops. Gonna see, and then we're just gonna return railgun sprite is sprites, and we're also gonna get. I guess we could copy the item, or just the tier. I'm just gonna pass the tier for now. Okay, because that should determine the color and stuff. All right, and then we don't do this. There we go. So there's a special renderable. So there's our special renderable. So there's a special renderable. And wait, what? Oh, yeah. So now I'm gonna change the draw function here to match whatever we want to do here. So we draw the thing, the sprite, and after, and maybe before we draw the sprite, we draw a bunch of lines or something to kind of have a trail of the railgun or something like that. We don't need to get the shard. Well, there's no shard, so time elapsed. Sweep. Yeah, we don't really need to do anything like this. I'm just gonna remove all this. Okay, so for now, I'm just gonna draw the sprite itself. Okay, now let's continue making the railgun. So prototype velocity is gonna be a lot quicker. Let's do like 1500. And yeah, shoot. Just gonna do shoot one, I guess. Shoot. Gonna remove this. Shoot one. Could make this generic, like just shoot n projectiles and have them spread out depending on something like that. Offset, sure, velocity, yeah. Left. Oh yeah. Where's the center though? The center shot. Oh, this is the center shot, right. Velocity, position. Is that it? I think so. Okay, so now we've implemented the railgun here, which means that it should show up in the shop randomly. It should also be randomly attached to enemies, which is going to be fun to face. All of a sudden you get a rail shot up in your grill. So so let's go over to inventory. Let's just add a railgun here. I guess we'll add this. Actually, we don't really need that. We can just do railgun. Right? Yeah. And then we go back here. What the railgun? Come on. Okay, so now we should start with a railgun. There we go. There's the railgun. Huh. Interesting. The projectiles are not visible. Let's search for projectile sprite. Shoot. One. Projectile sprite. Spawn projectile. Projectile sprite. Add sprite. Huh. Oh. Did I forget? Wait, did I forget to export and all that? Probably. Okay, there we go. Yeah. Cool. Another thing is it should be piercing, so it shouldn't actually get destroyed when hitting the enemy. So if we go to the enemy system and there's like hit enemy function, this always destroys the projectile. So what we want to do is we probably want to store some kind of I mean, either we could add a piercing, like a generic piercing thing to the projectile so that it gets destroyed when like the number of targets hit goes to 0. Right, so what we could do is we could say piercing charges or something equal to 1, let's say. We could also, yeah, we could just add this here. That's fine. I'm just gonna check something here real quick. Let's see. Right, so piercing, spawn projectile, damage. Yeah, so now we actually want projectile. Actually, we could just we could just pass in the player projectile in here. So, and then we can just add it. So there we go. Okay, and so here we're gonna do init 1 and no, the damage is damage. The piercing charges is gonna be piercing, which we haven't gotten that yet, but I will add it. There we go. So damage, that's our piercing, apply modes, piercing. Maybe for some of these, I want to implement like default implementations. You know what? And since these are default, I don't actually need these every time. Just the things that should change. Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Cool. Good. Projectiles. Actually, this we could just return. Okay, I mean, we could just do this actually. And this is the only thing that kind of changes. Yeah, that makes sense as well. All right, cool.
So now we have piercing charges on all weapons. We are we have this stored here. It's stored on the projectile itself. If we go to the enemy system, we have to implement this now. So we get the player projectile, and we're gonna decrease these by 1, unless it's already. No, it should be positive. It should always be positive here. So we're gonna decrease it by 1, and then we're gonna check if this is equal to 0. Actually, you know what? Let's just do this for. Yeah, if this equal to 0, otherwise we're gonna actually decrease it. There we go. And also, you're not a const anymore. Cool. So now things can have piercing. We can also now do like a mod that increases the number of piercings on a weapon. So there, we'll go back to the railgun, and we'll actually increase piercing to 2. And see if that works. So now the weapons should be going through an enemy and not get destroyed. Wow. Okay. This actually leaves up another issue where an enemy can get hit by the same projectile multiple times, which shouldn't be the case. But yeah, this is pretty cool. So in order to change that, what we can do is we can say, we can go to player projectile. So we can do it like this. Naive way would be to just have enemies hit, or like entities hit is just a dynamic list of entities. And we start out at empty, and we could do like we could do well, let's do this. I want these yes as well. So let's do no, it's gonna be enemy system. When we hit the enemy, we're also gonna say if we're gonna get the thing, we're gonna check if projectile entities hit items. So if we're gonna loop through entity hit, and we're gonna check if this entity already exists. So we're gonna do enemy equals, so if this equals that, then we return, because we actually don't hit this enemy. Just gonna double check what we're doing here. We just call this. Okay, cool. Okay, but otherwise we can continue here, and we can say we can actually add player projectile. We can actually add this thing in here. So entities hit. Yeah, entities hit append. No. Append enemy entity. Okay. So if already hit the one enemy, it's not going to hit the same enemy twice. One thing that we are not doing is actually deinitializing this, so we should. I'm going to go to my destroy system. I'm going to the free stuff function, and I'm gonna get a player projectile. Player projectile. I guess we'll add a deinitialize function. Alright. There we go. So now we don't get a bunch of weird stuff happening there. I need to optimize my allocators, but whatever, it's probably not that big of a deal right now. Okay, there we go. Okay, so now I wanna. So what that did essentially is that the enemies are not hit twice by the same projectile. So randomly they would be just killed by one hit, even though they should be killed by 2 hits. And even larger enemies that might have a lot of health might get hit, like, you know, every frame, which is not what we want. So what I want to do now is I want to... What was it I was thinking about? I'm starting to get like delirious from being hungry, so I need to go and eat something. But let's just do one more thing here before I wrap it up for today. Maybe I'll join tonight as well. We'll see. What else do we want to do? We want to... Yeah, the drawing. The projectile. No, renderable. Yes. So, yeah. So here, we want to draw. Now, we are going to have a context. We are going to have a body. So I want to check the velocity. So let's get the velocity. Now the question is, how are we going to do this effect here? Because the thing is, I don't want to draw a bunch of lines where it didn't actually start. It would be nice to have a starting position, know where the bullet actually started, where the projectile started. So that's probably what we need to have. We could get, I guess we could get the player projectile. If it exists, if it doesn't exist, because it's the enemy. Yeah. We could get that, or we could also just figure it out through time, some kind of time variable, like how long has this entity been alive? That could be something that is actually on all entities. We could put it here. Created at. Not real time. Now this doesn't always have to be correct. But now at least we could yeah, we could use that. So let's figure this out. We have the current time is game elapsed time. And to figure out the starting position, we could take velocity. We could negate velocity. We could get the time, like time alive. Actually, that could just be a convenience function here. So this would be game elapsed time minus created at. Okay, so then dt would be context time alive. Okay, and then we'll take, so start position would be velocity negate scale by dt plus body position Let's make you 32 because you're a difference. So I'm gonna forecast that. Alright, now we have a start position. And then I guess end position is body dot position. Okay. Let's just draw a line from start to, whoops, to end with the color. I'm just gonna pick a color red here. It's gonna be, yeah, sure. So that's just gonna draw a line there. See how that works, how that goes. It doesn't do anything. Okay. Okay. Also, I noticed something. I think this is wrong here. I think we should also check if the charges are 0 after we do this. Actually, we could do this to prevent the error. There we go. Yeah. Because otherwise it would have one extra charge that it shouldn't have. If your charge is 2, you should go through. You should... If you have 1... No, okay. I guess... Okay, it depends how you look at it. Whatever. Maybe it's... Maybe... okay, maybe this is actually better and I will have to... I'll just gonna... change the stats, actually. Yeah. Yeah, makes sense. Okay. Interesting. So we don't actually get the line. Okay, I'm gonna log this out. Start position. End position. Let's see what we get. We just need one shot. There we go. Okay, we still have a bunch of... Okay. Start and end is the same every time. Okay. Does it change? Yes, it does change. Okay. So I guess, yeah, body position works, but then this does not work. So DT, I guess we'll... What is DT? What is velocity? Yeah. Try again. DT is 0? Really? Is it because this is called... Okay, hang on. Draw... Oh, yeah. Oh, the iterator creates them here. Yeah. So we can't do that. We have to we have to have like a component. Let's just have like a metadata component or something. Created at... And we're going to game when I create entity. We could actually like create that. right. Okay, now we have a metadata. Everything has a metadata that, yeah, and we have a timestamp that we save. You can get it. We can now, so that should work now. Cool. So, but this API doesn't change, so we can still use time and live. Okay, now let's test this again. Okay, there we go. We got a little a little laser sort of going out there. So, okay, cool. Now, instead of doing line, I'm gonna draw a rectangle, I think. We could also draw we could draw a triangle, I guess. Now, the triangle has to be drawn, I think, clockwise. It's either clockwise or counterclockwise, anyway. So the first position is gonna be the end position with a kind of like an offset, which I'm gonna say is it's gonna be like X offset. I mean, really, it's perpendicular to the velocity, I guess. So you could take velocity, normalize, rotate 90 degrees, and scale it by the extent, which is like, I don't know, let's say 4. So that's the offset there. And so one of these are going to be add offset, and the other one is going to be subtract offset, and then you're going to be at the bottom, so you're going to be start position. And I'm just going to pick red there. So hopefully this works out as I thought in my head. Okay, yeah, it actually did. I mean, it's not super cool, but it's at least it's something. And now let's also match the color that we want to have. So, let's see. So let's go to item, railgun, and I want to. We do have the tier here, so we could actually modify the sprite tint color directly here, actually. So let's do tint equals switch item tier, tier 0 is going to be sort of bluish. Tier 1 is reddish, more pinkish. And tier 2 is more yellowish. I guess light yellow, maybe. Oh yeah, dot sprite. Is light yellow a thing? Pink is a thing. Gold? No, it's okay. Pretty bright yellow there. Sure. Let's try that. And then else, whatever. All right. So there we go. And then over at yonder, what we could do is pick the color from the sprite. All right. Doesn't look super cool, but it's something at least. All right. Maybe we could lower this a little bit too, maybe. We could also make an effect, like we could have like max, maybe like max length is gonna be like, I don't know, 50 pixels. And so the start position could actually be maxed here. So we'll take the end position. Well, it's going to be scaled by dt. Could we like max length? Could we like set the length? Is there a good way to kind of force a vector to be a certain length, like max the length? Like we know it's kind of always going straight up, but what if it doesn't? Sometimes it goes to the left or to the right or something like that. So what we could do is like we could like take this, because this is the relative here, so this is the relative vector. We can say that if, so let's get like relative length is going to be relative length, and we're going to min on this and max length. And if it's actually less, or I mean, if it's more, well, actually, yeah. So now rel length should be like maxed out at max length. So we want to set rel to be rel length now. What you can do is you can just say normalize and then scale to rel length. Okay, that's one operation you can do. It's a little bit costly, I guess, because I think this is like, but I guess, I mean, yeah, on modern computers it's probably not that costly, but whatever. Let's just do this. Okay, and that's our relative, and now instead of doing this, we can say relative add and position. There we go. Okay, so now we have like a max length of 50 pixels. So let's see how that looks now. Okay, there we go. You can kind of see we still have a trail, but it's like it doesn't extend the whole way. And so we can increase this to maybe 100. And there we go. We have a little bit nicer prototype now. It doesn't look as demo-ish as it did before, maybe. Cool. All right, but that's cool. We have a new weapon. Let's see if we let's just make it to level 2. See if the monsters actually could start with this weapon now. Okay. Oh crap. Actually have a chance at these convoys coming at you now. Alright. Let's see, it's gonna be interesting. Okay, let's get a protest speed, that's interesting, sure. Let's just buff our railgun here. I don't know, it doesn't feel like it actually improved the speed. Maybe that's a bug that I need to fix. Maybe it did, I don't know. It's hard to tell. The piercing is incredible. Oh my god. Here they come in like tier 2 railguns. It's very difficult because you basically there's no warning. That's the thing. There's no like charge up. There probably should be a charge up with the railgun. Oh. So the railgun is actually kind of bad at these larger enemies because it doesn't deal as much DPS. But yeah, we added the railgun and all of a sudden now the enemies can shoot you with an instant railgun shot. So that's pretty cool. I think that was it, yeah. Oh, we got tier 2. What do you say, 2 tier 1s or 1 tier 2? I'm gonna go with 1 tier 2. Damage 6. Here we go. It's gonna just melt through these guys now. Oh, they take 2 now. And these 1. Okay, this is now easy mode, I think. Just melting everything and stuff there. But you have to be careful because the enemy can do the same to you. Okay. Wait, what the hell? It didn't hit that guy. There's something strange with the hitbox there. Whoa. They got tier 3 railguns. Yikes. Okay. Maybe I'll actually finish this game now with this weapon. I'll probably get a shield next time. This is more power, firepower than we'll ever need here. Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah, that's the end. Actually, one thing that I think I want to do is like if a shard gets outside, it should slowly crawl back into the screen or something like that. Let's get the shield. So now we have a shield. Interesting, it's green for some reason. Not sure why. Did he get a tier 2 shield? Oh. Okay, you can actually, yeah, since the enemy projectiles are actually slowed down a little bit compared to yours, so the rail guns are actually not as difficult, actually. Oh my god. Yes, raylib is here. This is raylib. Oh, shit. Alright. Is that the end? It doesn't feel like the end. Yeah, it is the end. Okay. We can get shield tier 2. Yeah, because that increases the number of charges on the shield. Alright. We actually don't need to actually pick up any money because we have more than we need. So this is effectively the longest I've gotten. However, you know, we're kind of cheating as well with this new weapon, as we started with it, so... How about the shorts like despawn? Should we make shorts despawn? If you don't collect them. Oh. Haven't gotten hits. But it's much easier when you can actually kill the enemies way quicker as well. Okay, that was stage 5. I can't. Okay, I can actually increase damage. We have 6 damage. It's gonna increase to 9. Oh my god. It's like a budget tier 3. Okay, the big ones are getting 2-shotted now. Great. We need better enemies. Oops. Wait, was it 2-shotted or 3-shotted? Do we still have that bug? Or maybe I hit the enemy before, like off screen or something. Maybe. Well, 3-shot is still real good. Two, three. Okay, it's 3-shot. Oh. Oh, that one has a shield. So the shields actually do work for the enemies. Kinda, I guess, maybe. Yeah, this is the last stage. Cool. Yay! First time with an OP weapon though. Right, I forgot about that. Okay, cool. Victory! Woohoo! Alright. Cool, so we added a railgun weapon now. It needs a little bit of balancing, I think, but it's pretty cool. I guess I'm gonna do like starting weapon or item is going to be item machine gun. It's the starting item. Just so we can... whatever. Alright. Now let's go back here. I'm gonna change you back to crouch. And... yeah, we're back in business. Not sure why this is so slow now. Added metadata to all entities. Added railgun. Yeah, that's basically it. I hate that I have to switch to NeoVim from regular Vim just to have working clipboard. Okay. Do you like using Vim script? I mean, I guess you do. There's nothing wrong with that. I just personally don't. I don't know, I like Lua better. It's terrible, yeah. I mean, terrible is a strong word, but yeah, it's different. The thing that my gripe with that kind of language is like, it seems like every feature has its own syntax, and you always have to kind of look up how to do things every time. It's useful, like it has some shortcuts for some features, which is useful sometimes. But I would rather have a robust, like consistent programming language instead of having some embedded. It kind of feels like, you know, you have embedded. It's basically just a command runner. It's like bash, essentially, for Vim commands. Okay. But yeah, that's gonna be it for this time. So thank you very much for joining. I'll probably go online later today as well. We'll see. We'll see. But yeah, thank you very much, and